And the microphone is on, but I still have to have another sip of Pepsi. It's just a must. It's hot in here today, and I'm trying to let it cool down. I hope everyone can hear me. And there we go. Oh, Sue Hayes says, "Hi Doc, I hear you." Awesome. That is really good. Anyway, I got to drink that Pepsi before I forget about that. It's warm in my apartment for some reason, and it is the way it is. Anyway, Sharon Stewart says, "I hear you." Oops. Dr. Fox, okay now. Okay. Yeah, the oops part. That's okay. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Glad to have you all here today. And it is a lovely Monday, June number 5, or Cinco, or Fünf, or whatever you want to call it. Anyway, of 2023. And a beautiful day here in Edmonton. Actually, I was out of town in Camrose today, so that was all right. Beautiful day out in Camrose, too. So, other than the construction, paving going on. I guess that is, summertime is when they do it. That's the way it works. Anyway, let's get started here with, first off, Kim Raudenbush was first today. He gets cookies. Look at that. Kim, congratulations. And I think that might be the second time you've won cookies. So that is all cool. And then he complains about buffering. Yeah, go figure. So maybe he'll be buffering and he can't even get his cookies, which is okay. Anyway, let's say welcome to our moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy. Oh, poor Piggy. Piggy. As she is slated to get a new iron, or I don't know what kind of a metal rod, put in her femur. So the entire length. And that is going to be a partial fix for her. So hopefully we'll see what happens. But yeah, that is what she was saying this morning. So yeah, obviously that is not going to be fun. Anyway, I hope Piggy does well, and they'll look at the hip issue later on, but it's her femur that is the actual problem, or so they say. I'm on a diet. Well, then give them away, Kim. That's the way it works. You can give everyone else the cookies. Or feed them to the mice. They like them too. And anyway, let's get at the other moderators. Doc they have a tech to make her better. They have the tech to make her better. We hope so. We certainly hope so, Tom. Does it work? I don't know. What does it work there, DJ? Anyway, I'm going to say hi to our other moderators, and that would be a CND Boy, as well as 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Gary, and Joseph Fields, Texas, Lucas Snow, and possibly Mona Lisa Smiles, and others. So welcome, moderators. Appreciate all of you, and if you're here, great. If not to be worried. We can handle things, so that is all right. I've got a trusty hamster here who's pretty quick, and that's all good. And let's see. We'll say hi to everyone in the chat here. I am a little bit on the heated side here as far as temperature, so I'm trying to kind of keep myself calm and do that. Any squirrels? I haven't seen any squirrels today. You haven't been home, so I won't be on tomorrow. I number 2. Oh, Grandma B. we wish you the very best with that surgery. And my mother actually got her first one done, a slightly different operation though than what you've got. But her first one was done on the 31st, and I did speak to her yesterday, and it'll be I guess the next one's coming up in a while, but it's good so far. Results are better. She can see colors again, things like this. So it's always nice to be able to see that. You know, the eye stuff has come a long way as far as I'm concerned, from you know, going back to the 70s to now. They've come a long way with the last 50 years with eye surgeries and what they can do now, so which is really cool. And yeah, Grandma B, we wish you the best of luck. I'm seeing much more color in that eye. That is awesome. That is really awesome. And yeah, that was one of the things my mother was saying as well with her operation, although hers was slightly different, and I'm not fully versed in what it actually was yet. But it is, she said, so far 100% better. Any squirrels? No, they're all what? Auditioning for a new Geico commercial. Oh boy, leave those poor squirrels alone. Anyway, let's get at saying hi to everyone. We'll start out by saying hi to DJ Puff III, and Sophie, and Gaines, and Russell, Brainerd, yeah, there we go, and Mars 2028, and of course Kim Raudenbush, who got the cookies, and Sue Hayes, and Grandma B, who won't be on tomorrow. And that is, well, it's too bad you won't be on, but it's still moving forward with what you're doing there, and hopefully everything turns out well. Also, Hermione and Fluffy are here, and let's see, Kananaska's Country also back, and I can hear you, Sharon Stewart. Tan is also on board, and Gaines is also here. Welcome, Gaines. And going up looking for other names. We got Mars already. Scrolling upward here, and we'll see who else. Tom, Dice, and Pepper. Welcome, Tom, and Pepper as well. And let's see who else we got. Scrolling up, Hank is here. Welcome, Hank. And okay, we got Grandma B, we got Sue, we got, Brian, Perfectibility 999 is also on board. And let's see, who else we got in here? Sharon, we got Grandma B, we got, okay, scrolling upward quicker, and trying to locate someone like Sandra Rockland, welcome. And let's see, who else we got hiding in here? Still scrolling upward. Lots of chat going on today, which is great. We like that. That's what the chat is for, though. So, yeah, and those people who were guessing at the secret volcano, the first hint you get today is no, it's not Samaru. Sophie, there we go. Okay, who else are we missing here? And I see Henry Nelson renewed his membership, and said something about still stumped on the last mystery volcano. But we gave that away. And Henry Nelson just gifted a 5-pack of memberships there, Henry. Wow, that is awesome of you. And let me write that down so we can give credit at the end there as well. And there we go. Henry gifted a 5-pack. That is awesome. I will see who actually got them afterwards. And let's see if this will let me out of here. Still scrolling up looking for other names though. And I'm sure that I seen one or two others in there that I did not mention, or at least I thought I did. Philomena is back. Welcome, Philomena. And there was one of them. Where's the other one that I missed? Well, I don't see anyone else. So I think I've got everyone for now. Going back down to the bottom here, looking to see who got those free memberships. And we see Phil Audad got one. Epically Epic got one. Grenzet got one. Pat Kennedy got one. And that is a 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Sophie got one. Wow, Sophie is green again. Way to go, Sophie. Congratulations. And that is awesome. And thank you very kindly, Henry, for gifting that 5-pack. That is very kind of you. And let's get on with things. So, yep, we'll start out with, we'll start out by stopping our canned lava. And we'll just put the brakes on that. There we go. Caught it way up in mid-air. We'll get rid of the banner. There we go. And let's actually get rid of the whole thing for right now. And we will go over to Hawaii. And we are on the big island of Hawaii, looking at Helemaumau crater in Kilauea. And that is on the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, out in the blue Pacific Ocean, far, far away from other places. And it is a nice place. A little shaky at times, a little bit rumbly at times, but it's a beautiful place. You should go there. At least I've been to Oahu, so I can kind of comment on that. I haven't been to the big island though. Be back later. I have to lurk. Okay, Tom, no worries. Now I can give you a Pepsi doc. Awesome, Sophie. Had too many of those over the weekend. Yep, that is all cool. Anyway, looking at what we've got going on in Helemaumau crater, really not that much right now. Still wondering about all those earthquakes we're seeing. Is that indeed just quakes, or are we actually seeing some magma movement or stirring down below? Hard to say. Still seeing the same smoking in all the same areas. West lava vent, west vent, west lava pond, the south smoker over here, southeast lava pond, with some smoke coming as well. This little guy over here is still smoking, just a tiny bit, but still makes you wonder what's going on underneath there. And somewhere down in the forefront here, we got the hot spot. Actually, I think it's a little bit further over on this side, likely this thing here. But we'll take a look at the other shots real quick. There, I did refresh this just a little while ago, so just as I was waiting to start the show. And there's our southeast lava pond. Yes, we are still seeing quite a bit of smoke and steam coming off of the front stuff here on the south side of the crater. And there's our west lava pond, west vent. And everything looks pretty normal, so I'm not going to dwell on it. This is the B1 camera shot, and looks about the same as yesterday. No real changes. Again, still smoke in the appropriate places that we've seen before, so we'll leave that one there. A quick peek at the thermal image, and it really has not changed much either. Southeast lava pond there, Pig Island. There's on the bottom here, that is, I'll show that a little bit better in a second. There's our west lava pond, west vent, and there you can see the bottom hot glow spot, which has no reasonable explanation for it, but it's still there. So It's a glitch with the camera. I have no idea what the problem is with it, but anyway, it's there, and that is what we are seeing. And I'm not going to worry about it. So still quiet in Hawaii. Fingers crossed that we will see something pop up in the near future, and hopefully we will. I'm hoping. Hawaii is an island in the state of Hawaii, formerly of the county of Hawaii in Hawaii. Yes. Yeah, the big island in the state of Hawaii. New island. No, we don't have a new island there. Not yet. Give it time. A couple million years, I'm sure we will. Let's go over to our next place of joy and wonder. I'm going to make this smaller though. And that is over to Reykjavik, Iceland. We love Iceland. Iceland has the best hot dogs in the world. Anyway, there we go. Looking at what it is like right now at 23:22 or 22 minutes after 11 p.m. and pretty awesome looking shot considering it's still very light outside. Looks like it's late afternoon or something with some cloud moved in. Let's go back about 9 hours or so, see what it looked like, and get a better idea. Yep, not much different, just a little bit brighter. That's about it. So we'll leave that shot be. This is, of course, from the Perlin Center, and over on the left-hand side is our next shot, and that'll be coming from the wonderful airport region, and that is the regional airport, if you will. And there you can see those white buildings that we've seen on the other shot. They're right there. Anyway, that is the regional airport. This is at present, so fairly dark. Well, not kind of. Anyway, we do see right there, that is Lear. I'm surprised that we can see it with all that haze. Let's back that up about 9 hours ago. And I think the visibility 9 hours ago was actually worse than it is now. So that's what we were seeing. You can barely see Lear, but everything else is still okay. They weren't getting any rain at that point, so that's all good. We'll leave that one be and carry on. Let's go over to our Reykjanes Peninsula. That shot looks a heck of a lot better today. And of course, there you can see one of the steam geysers. Well, the primary one over there, and it looks lovely. You can actually see the buildings there of Grindavik, and if you look over here behind that steam, you can see the top of Ragnar today, which is pretty awesome. And the steam over here, that's the other power plant, and just so you know, over by the Blue Lagoon, which should be sitting right about there. This, of course, is this regional power plant over here, and it is a geothermal plant, and always nice to see that. Anyway, that's what the shot looks like at present. Let's back that up about 9 hours and have a quick peek. And there it is, maybe, sort of. Come on. Okay, there it is. All right, it looks like they did have a little bit of rain or condensation off in the distance. The steam geyser still doing his thing, and the power plant obviously still working. Very difficult to see the town of Grindavik, and we're certainly not going to be able to see anything further in the background. So that is kind of what it is there today, which is a pretty normal weather for Iceland. Let's put that back on live and make it smaller. And I want to go to this one. And this, of course, is a Katla. And you can see Katla today, and that is pretty awesome. Nice to be able to see it from a sunset point of view. If we back up just a little bit, let's make it a little bit more orangey in there with the sun and everything. And that was the sunset time. So that looked pretty cool, and I like that. Anyway, let's go back to that 9 hour or so ago mark and see and compare. Yep, that cloud level was a little bit too low, so we don't get to see the big mound of ice, but Katla is underneath there. We know, we've seen it, so all cool. A lot less water down here. We noticed that right off the bat. And yep, people are still wandering around, birds flying around, all cool. Let's put that back to live. Let's go to the other shot. And this one, of course, is from a different camera view. And there is Katla. And that is at the present time a shot. Unfortunately, we can't go back on this particular camera, but still, that's the current shot. So live from Iceland. Pretty awesome. Let's go put this back to where it belongs. We'll get to our next thing of beauty and joy. And of course, that is our harmonic tremor charts. Or if you type in a rumble chart into no, not earthquakes. Rumble chart. Rumble chart there, DJ. Rumble chart. Never mind. Sue has done it. Rumble chart. And there you go. So, Fragranalfjall, where Ragnar and Siggy live, is of course the FAF chart. We do see some action. It did come back up a little bit as far as magmatic and drop back off slightly, and not a huge amount. And we had the same kind of thing. Seismicity came up a little bit, dropped down, came up just slightly, and dropped back down slightly. So obviously something going on in the area. You know, Iceland is very active tectonically, and so there's all kinds of stuff always going on underneath that we can't see, and makes it very interesting. The blue, of course, indicating a tectonic movement, as well as earthquakes, and you can see what's going on for the most part, where it goes up and down and up and down and up and down, and some, yeah, never mind. You get the picture. Anyway, let's move up to the next one that we like to look at, and that's Askja. And Askja, of course, is supposed to have popped a bunch of times, but still has not. Anyway, we see the purple color, or magmatic frequency, if you will, protruding up quite a bit, so they're getting a little bit more action. It's not all buried right on top of each other, but still very close in where it's riding. And the same goes here for our seismicity, and then of course our tectonic frequency down a little bit. And we are seeing a couple of spots here where we possibly had some earthquakes. Sophie sent me that, sorry, not Sophie, Hermione sent me that same article, and it's pretty cool. So I have to go take a look at it yet. Obviously I didn't have time. Yeah, no, not you, Sophie. It was Hermione and Sue. They both sent me the same article, and I thought it was kind of funny. But all good. What sends a fleet of drones to drop water balloons on DJ Puff's? DJ Puff. DJ, get your umbrella out, man. And let's take a look here, see what else we can find. We're going up to the island of Grimsey, and we'll see what their chart looks like. And there it is, Grimsey. All right, so yesterday we did see that it took a big dip as far as a magmatic. Well, it wasn't that much of a dip as far as the magmatic, but certainly a shot up like crazy, and then started to wane back down. And then we also see the big shoot up here right around midnight, for their midnight, that is, for the seismicity as well, and kind of an up and down situation, and a rebound big time with our tectonic frequencies. So something is amiss, and this, of course, being the northernmost point for Iceland that they have sensors on. And there is Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Fragranalfjall. and we see a pretty reasonable decline in magmatic frequencies, as well as seismicity, and a little bit of an upset in here again. This seems to be a lovely time for that sensor, and a spike indicating that we've had another earthquake in the area. Let's take a look at one more chart, and then it will be break time, and we'll take a look at Krusevik, which is up to the northwest, northeast, of Friggedelfjall, whereas southwest is for Grimsey, or Grindavik, and northeast for Krusevik. So yeah, pretty much the same as what we've seen at Friggedelfjall, with a little bit of up and down action. Looks like perhaps a few more quakes in this area, but not quite as vigorous of tectonic movement. So a little quieter, a little more sustain, or something like that. No, hang on. West, east? No, southwest, northeast. That's the two, southwest and northeast. But you can always go southeast and north. What is it? Never mind. You really messed me up, Sophie. Stop doing that. Don't do it again till next time. All right, let's put this back on Friggedelfjall, and then we'll get at the break. And then from after the break, we'll take a look and see what we've got going on earthquake-wise. And there we go. We're back there, and we know the earthquakes are there. Let's, oh yeah, sure, you're sorry. That's all good, Sophie. I'm picking on you because you're picking on me. That's okay. Relax and enjoy the show. And glad that you're green looking again. I'm going to go have a Pepsi, you guys. For those who have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop if you can. Help us out. Also, if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in and you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be really awesome and help the channel grow. And if there's anyone out there who has not shared out the channel, please help us out that way. That always works as well. Anyway, on those friendly notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. And don't feed the donkey too many carrots. He has stomach problems still. You got to be careful with the wonky donkey. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I see a couple of new people here. Kevin Haynes popped in, and Sebastian I got in as well. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sue Hayes, and Henry, and Hermione, and Fluffy, and Diane is here. Welcome, Diane, and thank you. And thanks, Kevin, and a Wonky Donkey. Good to see you. And DJ's got the microphone by the Fox. Awesome. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. All cool. Anyway, let's leave our canned lava be, and we'll just put on the brakes. There we go. And that is waiting for us to come back. Well, take a look at the earthquakes out in Iceland and see what the heck is shaking, and all kinds of things going on. The biggest one, of course, is right over here, and that looks like it's centered somewhere close to Grimsvatn, and that is, no, actually they're calling it Bardabunga. Sorry, that is Grimsvatn there. I got confused. 3.39, and that happened 4 minutes after midnight, and that's 2.9 kilometers down. So interesting to see that guy. That is the biggest one on there for today. We see a bunch over here at Katla too. Let's have a look though first off at the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who are not familiar with it, we will give you a little bit more of a play-by-play here. There's Reykjavik, the capital city. And then, of course, over here on this side, there's Keflavik, the international airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, and Jarnvik. going over a little bit more, we do see Grindavik down here, and we see the Blue Lagoon right in there with all its amenities and parking and etc. And of course the power plant that feeds it over on this side. And there you've got a hotel that you can stay at if you like that sort of thing. Anyway, let's start out with what we've got out here. So the nothing in the water first off. So we'll go with this 0.55, 4.6 kilometers down from 1153. And moving over, and that's way over on the water side there. And they're not too far away from the Blue Lagoon. We had a 0.05. 135 meters down from 1128. And now I want to point out this outline here going around, that is our Frankenfeld area. So anything within that system is always a pleasure to be able to see. Anyway, we'll start out with this one from 10:52 a.m. 0.48, 5.1 kilometers down. Next one is this one, 0.11, 5.3 clicks down from 5:34 a.m. And by the way, for those people who aren't familiar with this, that is where Ragnar is located, and that's the Siggy Fissure. So this is essentially underneath the Siggy Fissure, this 0.11. But we are seeing some more quakes, and these are almost in the parking lot. And over here, this of course is, what is it, Not Haggy over here, and this is a Not Creaky area. And then we see a 0.9, 1.2 kilometers down from 1703, 0.07, 100 meters down from 1607. And let's dig out some of these other ones. There's a 0, 135 meters down, 1518. That is a kind of a interesting depth. There's a 0.53, 1.3 kilometers down from 1336, 0.15, 328 meters down, and that is 1529. Next one is from 1453, a 0.07, and it is 674 meters down. This one here, 1.1 kilometer down, or 1150 kilometers, or meters I should say, 1150 meters, 0.45 from 1530. So seeing how shallow those are, that is something very, very interesting. We haven't seen shallow quakes like that for a while. And, you know, my God, if there was an eruption out here, that would really be kind of weird. The flow, of course, would not likely not go this way. If it did erupt out here, it would certainly follow along the highway. Again, hard to say. The lay of the land here, you're kind of coming down the hill around a curve. So it'd be really interesting to see. It would maybe inundate the parking lot, which is somewhere right around here, as things went downward. And maybe that farmer's house will get wiped out yet. I don't know if that is the case. The other thing is this has a potential of going around this larger hill and moving off in this direction. And if that did do something there, they'd have some issues over here at Grindavik. They would be able to build some berms or dikes to slow it down and maybe re-steer it a little bit. I'd rather see it go in this direction than go there if there was something to happen there. Not Grindavik. No, we don't want Grindavik being affected. There's too many people living there, and I don't want to lose my favorite ice cream / hot dog stand there at the gas station. Anyway, that is what we're seeing. So hopefully that is not so bad. But looking beside it, we do see a bunch more quakes. Let's get at those. 0.17, 4.3 clicks down from 659. 1.28, 5 clicks down, 429. 0.1, 3.5 kilometers down, 1933, and 0.66 from 1412, 8.2 clicks down. And then we've got from 1407, 1.36, 5.8 kilometers down. This 0.49, 9.8 kilometers down, a little bit deeper for these ones, and that is from 1523. This 0.13, again very shallow, surface area 135 meters down from 1507. Then we've got a 0.95, 4 kilometers down, 7:40 a.m. 0.97, 7.5 kilometers down from 11:47. Down here, right on the highway, we had from 1525, a 0.56. And that is 5.7 kilometers down, and a 1.4, that is 3.7 kilometers down from 1806. So very interesting. We didn't get the ones in the lake. Let's grab those two. 0.66, 8.2 clicks down, 1412, and the other one is a 1.36, 5.8 kilometers down, 1407. So and there's a Krusevik right there. So that is the Krusevik region. We got shallower quakes over here though, and Eruption. Let's go take a look at this one, a 0.39, and that's Hengilt, and that is a 0.39, 5.1 clicks down, 1350. Down here by the big crab. There's the crab down here, never mind. 0.8, 1.1 kilometer down, and that was from 1801. Moving on a little bit, we see this one here, 0.35, 7.4 clicks down, 59 minutes after midnight. Over at Hekla, we had one quake, and that is a 0.23, 135 meters down from 6:49 a.m. Going over here to Katla, nothing at Eyjafjallajökull, but we do see some traffic here at Katla from 1:20 a.m. a 1.94 surface quake, 135 meters down. Next one is a 0.75, also surface quake, 135 meters down, 1:23 a.m. And then we got a 2.26, again 135 meters down, 10:43. And next one, a 2.12. 135 meters down, and 12:30 is the time on that guy. And the last one over there at Katla is this one, a 1.03, 135 meters down, 13:58. And that 135 meters, that would put you roughly about 4 or 5, I'd say about 500 feet down, something like that, or close to it. That is well within the ice. So if we've had a warmer day there in Iceland, the ice would be cracking, and that would be showing what's happening there with the possibility of some surface quakes. This one over here, 0.68, 8.1 kilometer down, and this is from 3:57 a.m. We already looked at this big one, and there's Grimsvatn. I thought it was on Grimsvatn, but it's actually a Bardabunga, and that is 4 minutes after midnight, 3.39, 2.9 kilometers down. And we did have 2 over here at Askja, and this is 1 in magnitude, 4 kilometers down from 2224, and then we had from 1929, a 0.8, 5.1 kilometers down. Over here at Herdebreit, and we do see a few small quakes again. 2206, we had a 0.2, 5.7 kilometers down. A 0.3, 6.1 kilometers down from 2046. 0.4, 4.9 kilometers down from 1902. 0.6 from 9.5 kilometers down, 2053, and from 1951, 0.7, and that is 8.3 kilometers down. Did I get that right? Yeah, I did. And there we go. So that is what we've got there at Herdebreit. And now moving on up, looking for other quakes. We've got a 0.3 here, 3.3 kilometers down, 1847 for him. This one looks like the newest one on the map. 23:23 is the time, and 0.8, and that is 300 meters down. We have a 1.64, 4.3 clicks down, 8:40 a.m., and a bunch stacked up here. We'll try to get them all. A 0.16, 10 kilometers down, 8 minutes after midnight. The other one beside it, a 0.79, 13.2 kilometers down, 8:11 is the time on that. And then we've got, I guess a 4 built up right there. 3:17 a.m., 0.2, 11.5 kilometers down. Next one is a 0.31, 11 kilometers down, 13:13. This one is a 0.55, 11 kilometers down from 3:10. And this other one that we missed is a 0.28, 10.9 kilometers, just about 11 kilometers down, same area, 3:16 a.m. for him. And looking at the other ones here, this one is a 0.79, 13.2 clicks down, 8:11, 1.6, 10 kilometers down, 8 minutes after midnight. Moving up a little bit, and we do see this 1.14, 10.8 kilometers down, 14:05, and next is a 1.65 from 1.9 kilometers down, and that is 12:26. And the last one that we see there, a 0.53, 1.53, 10.16 kilometers down from 12:52. So that's your earthquakes for today. That is pretty awesome, and I'm glad that we could see those. So the biggest one, the one over here at Bardabunga, and I'm wondering why that would be there, but hey, we do have kind of an angle or a point there where it turns. So it is in a very stressful place on the plate boundary. So to see a quake there is not uncommon. I am, though, very ecstatic about seeing these extra quakes in here, and the fact that they are so shallow, and that is really weird. Now, in my personal opinion, this last little while, we've been watching some quakes happening there that have been steadily at fairly deep margins, and we've been watching them kind of progressively move upward, still seeing some very deep ones though. And I'm just wondering if this is some either gaseous content or perhaps a magmatic intrusion of some sort, putting some pressure on, trying to release some pressure. And again, when we look at the line here, you can see that dark red line. That, of course, is the actual fault between this is North America and this is Europe on this side. So that's the plate boundary, if you will. Very, very cool and interesting. Anyway, as we have a couple more minutes, let's go over to the Azores. So we're done with Iceland for today. And we've got new things shaking, and like I said, 56 quakes for today. You need what? You're going to need a lot more quakes for it to be like a Philadelphia or Maridalia. Yes, absolutely. I do agree, DJ. I do agree. But, DJ, you also got to take into consideration, okay, we've seen it before in other places where there were hardly any quakes, and all of a sudden we've got lava popping out. So it's whatever that volcano decides to do that day, right? It's not up to us. It's what the volcano's doing. So those are things to keep in mind. And there we go. Let me get on that shot. Of course, very kind of bad weather there right now. We don't see too much of the lights of Pico Island. We are on the island of São Jorge or São Jorge, and that's in Portuguese. We see one of the villages here, and of course the harbor, which is all lit up and really blows that picture with the amount of light that is given off there. This is the other shot here. That's the cove we normally look at, and we didn't make it in time. They already shut the camera off. But normally we would see, oh, actually it did move yet. We are seeing some white water there. Looks, yeah, a little bit of white water. Almost turned into a pumpkin. We've got another minute. So, anyway, seeing a little bit more white water, don't go in the water with your little boat. You don't want to do that. Any news, what's in Mexico? On Popocatépetl, and we haven't got there yet. We'll get to Popocatépetl in a little while. Blame the lava truck for a spillage. A wonky donkey. I hope that is not the case. Anyway, looks okay there. Let's take a look at what we've got on this map. Not seeing anything new showing up whatsoever. So let's leave that one be. We'll make that picture a little bit bigger. I'm going to refresh this map and see if we have had anything new for today. Lots of new commercials, but no, not a single quake there in the Azores, so they've had a quiet day. There you can see the East Azores Ridge. If I zoom that out a little bit, you can see the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, of course. Iceland being up here, there's the Reykjanes Ridge, and then it turns into the Mid-Atlantic. East Azores Fault, there's Portugal, Spain, France, England, Ireland, and then we get over here and we see Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, where Sue is waving at us over on this side, going, "Hi, I can see you all." There we go. And welcome, Iona, glad to have you on board. Next port of call after the bacon seeds will be our wonderful Popocatépetl, and we'll take a look at it. But for right now, we will do our thing and take that break. I'm going to put you back on some canned lava. There you go, Siggy Fisher. And I'm going to go take a break. After the break, bacon seeds, then our secret volcano, and then we'll go from there. We'll see what we can do. Keep smiling. Here comes some music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Yep, a mystery volcano after the bacon seeds. That's what I said, Sue. I promise it will be. Anyway, I'll be back. Keep smiling. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that yet. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is on. I was too darn busy giggling and not paying attention. I need to drink my Pepsi. Thank you for the welcome backs. Hang on. There we go. And thank you, Kevin and Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thank you, Henry Nelson. Yeah, the brick barbecue. We were looking at that. We're going to have to hijack a truck or a wagon or something. Whatever that donkey is pulling, there was a bunch more bricks on there. We're going to need those. We really do. We're going to put a barbecue in Bunnyland. How about that? That'd be pretty awesome, eh? Not for roasted bunnies either. So that has already been established. But anyway, let's get over to our lovely bacon seeds and see what we've got going on there. Let's park our canned lava. The wind is gusting to 77 kilometers an hour. I think my patio furniture will take off. It will take off at 88, Sue. That is the magic number. I seen that on Back to the Future. 88 kilometers per hour. Or is that miles per hour? I'm sorry. Anyway, yep. You know what, Sue? You might need some bricks to hold them down. At the corner of your building. It's your building. A wonky donkey. Behave. Leave our bricks alone. We need those. And how did you figure that out? Oh, never mind. You've seen that. You were here scouting the place out. All right, bacon seeds. And there, of course, is the last one from yesterday. And our lovely Piggy sent us some more. And there she is. She sent them. And hopefully Piggy will be okay with her endeavors. Anyway, first one for today. I think we may have seen this one before, but hey, it's still okay. I think it's probably there to cheer everyone up and let them play some music and enjoy their day. Okay, what I'm good for now then. Yeah, just for a little while. And yeah, I was wondering that there's going to be strange noises that we hear. Anyway, Piggy did send this one in again. I know we've showed this other one, but as she said, everybody needs to have a bit of bacon, especially the ladies. And I don't know why she sent that one. Just some dude hanging there with 4 of the wonderful little piggies, but what the intermission band. Yeah, that's it. Kevin Bacon. Is that who that is? Oh, there you go. And just figured that Piggy wanted to have that back in there. Hopefully she's watching, so she got her Kevin Bacon fix. Swoon. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, we've seen him before. He is still there. Piggy will go crazy. Yeah, she's doing her thing. Anyway, next bacon seed is this little guy out in the field. He's got a huge field to go run and play in. That is absolutely awesome. And hopefully that bacon seed will enjoy it. And let's get on to the next one. Is this one, and these are all photographic pigs, and this is very fuzzy, this pig, and I think they're in a studio somewhere with interesting backdrops, so pretty awesome. And that pig looks like he's really photogenic in that sense. Let's have another one. Thanks, but too young. Yeah, there you go. Next one as this one, and that is a nice looking pig. I like the face on him. Just staring into the camera. I just got up to the camera and said, "Hey, I'm here." Probably photobombed the picture. So that is all good. And let's get to the next one. Needs what? Curing more bacon. Yep. More bacon. More bacon. And these guys are looking at you. And they're having some snacks. And looking at the camera. That is pretty awesome. And let's, I guess they're having their vegetarian dinner. Let's go to the next shot and see what we've got. Oh, this guy's scratching his chin on his little piggy house, and he does not look like he's not looking like he's starving or anything. His belly looks pretty good. No ribs showing. I think he's pleasantly fed and actually looks pretty happy doing what he's doing there. Scritching his chin. Pretty awesome. Let's go to our next one and see what we got. Oh, this guy is running. This is the bionic pig. After you get the fix done on the pig with the trotters, that will be Piggy running through the fields. That'll be awesome. And the next bacon seed up for bids is this one. And that is looking at you. And that is pretty cool. I think he might need a little bit of a hogwash, though. The $6 million pig. Yep. Hogwash time. And that is, he looks like he's enjoying. He's being cuddled. So, happy a pig. For sure. And thanks, Brian. And we've got one more for today. And that is this guy. And talk about being happy. Saying, "Wee! We're going places." And I love that expression on his face. That is, for a pig. And I do have to, like I've mentioned before, I love seeing their smiles and their facial appearances. And you can tell by looking at the pig, this is not a pig in distraught or in distress. This is one that's enjoying being picked up and going somewhere. So pretty awesome to see that. Although I do think he too needs a little bit of a hogwash, but other than that, he looks pretty happy and enjoying his being picked up and being able to see what's out there. And I think that's something for an animal like that, when they're, of course, stuck to the ground, being able to see up and further, it's a new experience for them. And always interesting, like I myself, I like getting up on top of things, being able to look around and go, "Hey, what's there? What's here?" It's different. I'm sure it's the same thing for these wonderful animals, being able to see and just take it all in. So I love that. Anyway, that is the last bacon seed for today, so happy to see that. Let's move back over to the other scene, and I have to restop the lava, and we will turn on the volcano. Mystery volcano. There it is. So that is our mystery volcano. It's a beautiful Strombolian eruption from that particular volcano. And I know people are dying to jump in and tell me what volcano that is. And we've already determined it is not Semeru. Okay? That is your only hint for right now. It is not Semeru. So go for it. Is my chat broken? I don't see it moving. Okay, no, Henry, it's not Mount Etna. Sorry. No. I hope I didn't make it too difficult. I did try to show some land around there and stuff. And no, sorry, it's not Fuego. It's not Erta. Sorry, Kevin. That's Fuego is Fuego, but that's okay. A wonky donkey, still not the same. It's not Fuego. It's not Ragnar. No, sorry, definitely not. And you know, I picked this one out because I thought it'd be interesting. A rose on fire. No, it's not a rose on fire. Sorry, Diane. Have I got you guys stumped? Oh my God. I tried to give you a reasonable picture with lots to look at, and some land and clouds and sky and all kinds of things, and you know, the caldera. It's not Karimsky. Sorry, Henry Nelson. I was born stumped. No, it's not called stumped either. It's not the stumped volcano. Sorry, Henry. That's wrong. No, and let's see. Anyone else want to guess? Or are we already putting up those white flags and surrendering? Because I thought this was no, Sue. It's not Bromo, and now Sue is getting desperate at guessing. Yeah, Henry's got his flag up. No, Kevin Haynes, not Kilauea. No, sorry. Did Eastbourne, Sussex, just blow up? No. Hints. You want hints? Holy Batman. I gave you a hint. It's not Semeru. I'll give you another hint. It's not Merapi. Oh boy, I'm being mean. Really, really mean. Okay, I'm going to give you one more hint. It's not Sakurajima. Oh boy, I'm which hemisphere? It's on planet Earth, and I will say it's on the southern hemisphere. No, it's not Taal. It's not Taal. That kind of looks short to me. A wonky donkey, southern hemisphere. Southern hemisphere. Ragnar's in the north, okay? Southern hemisphere. Might have been a little bit of a delay there, but hopefully you got it now. And yeah, you know, I've figured out how to find photos of certain volcanoes that I want to choose, because I do know a lot of the volcano names, and I find it easier to look for the specific name of that volcano than look for the photos of it, which are usually different than everything else. It's not Naya Muragira in the DR Congo area either. Sorry, Sue. No, definitely not. Choose a volcanoes that Sue won't guess. Well, I did choose a volcano that Sue doesn't know, and she hasn't been able to get this one. Does what? Does end it with the letter A? No. No, Dan, it doesn't. That's your next hint, ladies and gentlemen. The name does not end with the letter A. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm going to tell you exactly which one it is, right? Oh, boy. All right. I'm being punny. And by the way, I threw a comment in there that would have made you think a little bit. So if you are a really good listener, you should have got that already. I'm chuckling here. Mars 2028 is back. Mars, it's not Semeru, okay? No, it's not White Isle Volcano there, Kevin Haynes. I'm deaf. Oh boy, Sue. I'm sorry, and it's not short. It's not tall. It's well, it is kind of short, but that's not the name of it. It's not Kilauea. That's already been established. Hunga Tunga? Nope, not Hunga Tunga. I missed the clue. Well, I have no. It was a subtle hint in there, in my proverbial babbling that was the actual hint. And I don't know if you want to go back, but yeah, sure, it's up to you. You figure it out, what you want to do. And it's I'm still chuckling here, though. I thought somebody would have gotten this one by now. It is a volcano we mention quite a bit. Okay, and that's a hint. We possibly mention it just about every stream. Not every stream, but very close to it. No, not Stromboli, although it does have a nice Strombolian eruption going on there, but it is not a Stromboli. Messier? No, I'm not sure where that one is. Messier? No, isn't that a galaxy? No, it's not ASO, it's not Urta Ale either. No, boy, I've stumped you guys. I am happy. Yay, this is awesome. Oh boy. I've seen that column, but I can't place it. Yeah, you can't place it. Well, I can place it very easily. No, Henry, sorry, not Ruapehu either. And this is too much fun right now. I'm loving the fact that you guys aren't able to guess it. And, it's gonna take a little bit. Oh boy. All right, I'll give you another hint. It is within the ring of fire. I know, that hint doesn't do a darn bit of good. It is within the ring of fire. It's not Krakatoa. And not a Krakatau or Krakatoa. And it's not Mount Pinatubo either. Those are extra hints I'm throwing in here. It's not Villarica. No, sorry. And, all right. Okay, if I get at least 3 people telling me they give up, I will reveal the volcano's name. And you guys will, you'll either kick me or kick yourselves. I have no idea. So, Wonky Donkey, you spelled it wrong, but you got it. Wonky Donkey. Yasur. Yasur is the name of this volcano. And Wonky Donkey, how long did it take you to look that up on Google? And that is what it is. It is Yasur. And I thought I'd throw that one in there. Scott Hardman, welcome. And you just missed out on a bunch of people being stumped. I gave up 2. Yep, it's Yasur. 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 That's why I said, yeah, sure. Yasur. Yeah, sure, that's what it is. Yasur. And that, of course, is in Vanuatu. We all know where it is, and I mention it just about every day in our SO2 reports. And when we do that a long time, there you go, wonky donkey. And that is, I figured it was a photo that wasn't very widely publicized. And yeah, sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I said there, DJ. But nobody caught that little line, and I'm surprised. So you got to pay attention with what I say. Very funny, Michael. Yes, sir. Too much fun. Good morning, Leo Carlson from Melbourne, Australia, going oink oink and renewing his membership. Awesome, Leo. And good to see you on board. And the Leo, yeah, this is a Leo's barbecue pit. That's where he does his barbecuing. No, that is definitely a Yasur volcano, and that was a pretty nice shot. And I thought it was beautiful enough to show and use for our stream today. So very, very cool. Anyway, let's take a break, and we will go back to our canned lava. Of course, we'll have to see what we can do with that, and we'll shut off that volcano. There we go. Turn the canned lava back on. Start there. It's bubbling. And we'll turn that other little thing back on as well. So, yeah, sometimes you have to listen to what I say and kind of, listen to it because I'm a tricky guy. Anyway, on that friendly note, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like button if you've enjoyed the show so far. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome, too. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break for 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, and we will have more stuff after the break. Like, what are we going to have? I think a Popocatépetl is next on the agenda. So we'll go from there. So keep smiling. And here comes some music. Hit that like button. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on in our carrot shower and everything else. Wow. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott Hartman on Mars 2028, Leo Carlson and Kevin Haynes, and likely a whole bunch more. Anyway, welcome back from DJ Puff the Third. Awesome. Thanks, DJ. Let's put our canned lava on a park again. Sue is still getting her coffee. And thank you, Wonky Donkey. You got your bricks there too. I hope you've seen that. And anyway, we'll go over to our next guy on the list. And that is Popocatépetl. And that is in central Mexico. About 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And it is indeed a very interesting looking volcano. Right now it's 1840 or 6:40 p.m. there. Some clouds starting to move in. I've got the hiccups for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, going back just a little bit, you can see it is still pluming out some ash and stuff like that. I think it's getting a little slower since it's pretty big eruptions earlier. And when I say earlier, I mean a week or two ago. So, yeah, looking at some of it, when we look at it, it's still producing, though. That's the important part. The clouds, of course, moved in a little earlier, and there you see it in the cloud. But I'm trying to find places where we can actually see it. So this is almost 6 hours ago. You can see quite a bit of that billowing still coming out of the caldera, even though we've got clouds moving in. And prior to the clouds, it was more like this. So it's making its own clouds, nice and fluffy and white and beautiful to look at. And we go back even more. We see it was continuing to do its wonderful job. And let's see if we can find anything where it's really putting out a larger plume of dirty stuff. This morning it seems like it was a little on the quiet side. It's either that or we're just not seeing the plume on this camera. It may be getting just blown over to the other side with some heavy winds. And we'll go back as far as we can here. That is about 6:50 a.m. and that is 11 hours and something ago. Let's see if we can get it right back to the very early morning, 6:35 a.m. and there you can see it still doing its thing just after a sunrise. Still some snow up top here too, so that gives you a pretty good idea. Let's put it back on live. Since we are here, we will do a report on this guy. And of course, Popocatépetl in Mexico, yet another paroxysm yesterday. And this, of course, is the photo they showed, and that was from the what is it? From the 3rd. So they're referring a couple days back, anyway, for this photo. And that is what we've seen. So lava bombs, lapilli, and ash resulted from yesterday's paroxysm. And that is a pretty cool shot to be able to see the lovely lava shooting out of there just before it switched back to black and white at 1946. The time on the 3rd when that was actually taken. So pretty awesome. Do they have any other shots there? No, only the location there in Mexico, and that is all cool. And that is something completely different. I like that. That looks kind of neat. That is interesting. Very, very interesting rock formations. And then you've got some the lighter material in here. I'm not sure what the heck that is. This, of course, a basaltic material. But the other stuff here, no idea. Any ideas? Let's see what else we've got in here. Oh, a guy. Yep, doing his thing. Yeah, Sue, we'll get to the rest of it in a second. There's some other neat stuff. I kind of like that. Rock formation, that looks pretty cool. And we'll get back to this. Pardon me. There we go. Anyway, an eruptive episode appeared at the volcano in the late afternoon yesterday at about 4:30 p.m. After the recent rapid decrease of a tremor and a new vigorous lava fountain likely to be classified as a paroxysm actively started to show or to throw glowing lapilli to lava-sized bombs, bomb-sized lava fragments. Ugh, get that straight, indicating a rapid magma acceleration within the conduit towards the surface. A sustained hurling of incandescent ejecta, accompanied by a special or by a typical strong ash-rich bursting, continued at least until 8 p.m. So pretty awesome. They also did have this little guy here. We'll show that. That was actually pretty good, and that's right when it changed to black and white. And of course you can hear that audio. That is pretty awesome. And I think that one lasts about 2 minutes. And sorry, I can't make it full screen, otherwise I get nailed with a copyright issue. So this, of course, is from volcanodiscovery.com. So that is what we've seen there. But definitely looks pretty awesome, and I'm glad they caught it just at that right moment when it started. And you can see some of that. That is pretty cool stuff. And that is actually because they're saying this video was from the 3rd. This was what I had posted. That time lapse I had posted was actually from later on, which was a continuation of this particular eruption. So that is pretty cool. They just got the early portion of it when it started up again, and I ended up getting the stuff that happened during the later hours. So pretty wild, pretty vigorous eruption. And yes, there were storms there at the time and things like that. So you can see the lightning flashes and things like that happening. You know, they had stormy weather. Love the sound of the tephra in the morning. Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of nice to show that. And I like that. Too bad we can't, you know, had I known it was doing that, I would have dealt with that one. There was also another one here. I don't know if it's the same one. No, I think maybe I confused myself because I seen another thing about Popo a while ago, so maybe they had 2 on there. But anyway, that's what's happening at Popocatépetl, and thank you, Sue, for sending that one in to us, and very awesome. Let's leave that be. Let's get to our next volcano. So Popo is doing this right now, and hopefully it will come back to life and do some more. Let's see, this is, yeah, I'm not going to see much on that view. This is the other view. We'll make that a little bit bigger so you can actually see it for now. So this is one of the other shots or other angles. You can see the material going upward. What I was curious about, if we could see it earlier in the day to see where that plume was actually going, and unfortunately I think it was coming straight for this camera, and we couldn't see it if we go all the way back. Yeah, it was sitting too low and just not viewable, unfortunately. So that's kind of what we got there. And we'll leave that guy be. I'm going to put that back on live and make it small, and make that one smaller as well as we continue on with our other volcanoes. So this is Popocatépetl in Mexico. Next one on our list is Fuego in Central America. And I am not going to fight too much with the clouds, and it hasn't been very active. You can see it there, a little bit of a puff coming out of it, and not much at 5:13 p.m. their time. It was glowing during the night previously, last night it was anyway, and then during the course of the day here it was kind of in the clouds for the most part, but earlier morning it did show up a little bit, and we did have this puff, and that one looks more like normal, right, with some ash-rich material from 8:45 this morning, and I'd like to see more of those popping out of there, but as of late those are far and few between. Here's another one a couple hours earlier, and not as dark a material, so likely more gas than ash. And as we go back to as far as we can kind of see not much happening up top there, and we'll leave that guy be. This is the current shot, so definitely in the clouds. We'll make that one smaller, go to our next volcano. And this is Messiah, a little further south, and Messiah is in Nicaragua. And of course what we are seeing there right now on this shot was from 5:36 p.m. their time, and we don't see a heck of a lot other than a bunch of smoke coming out of that caldera. Let's refresh it, see what it looks like right now. Hey, look, there's some lava, and we now know the lava does still exist down in the dungeons. Don't jump in there, you'll never get out, or fall in. What? Messiah, Messiah. Messiah, okay, this is you see how it's spelled up there? Masaya. Okay, that is there. But yeah, that's cool. Anyway, that's nice to be able to see the arc of lava down in the bottom. Next one is in the dark, and that is Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica. At least I think that's where it was. And the next one, of course, is a little further south. We already took a look at this before, but we'll show you what this looks like. This is kind of neat. Lascar and the guys from this morning, actually this one is pretty normal. There's nothing really wacko or strange about it. You do see a little bit of off-gassing here as the sun is rising. You can see the gases just at the top of the volcano. This, of course, is their time-lapse that these people from Chile produce, and it's not our time-lapse, it's theirs. And looking at it, and that is pretty awesome. So we'll leave that one be. The next one is, of course, this is Laguna del Mole, and you can see very clearly how smoky, or not smoky, snowy it is there, not smoky at all. And somebody asked me about how's the smoke here. It's actually no smoke anymore. We had enough rain to wash all the smoke out of the air, and it's been relatively good for the last week or so, so not bad. Anyway, this is a pretty neat shot. I like the amount of snow that we see up there on the mountains. So that is a Chilean snow. That makes you chilly. All right. Now the next one is the one that I like the most. And this one is from Villarrica. And you can see those clouds. Those are lenticular clouds built up in front of the volcano as the sun is coming up. And I thought that was just absolutely awesome to be able to see the layering in the lenticular clouds as the sun is rising there. So very cool to look at. Lucky you were here in Washington. We were getting a smoke out all week. Yeah, that smoke's not good. You sent all the smoke my way. I didn't send the smoke anywhere. We had rain, and that rain trying to remove the smoke from the air. If you have access to a geosat, you can see the smoke in all of Canada and the US. You can pick a region. Yeah, you can do that. Anyway, I thought this was a pretty neat lenticular cloud. So it was bad in New York. Yeah, I'm wondering if that smoke you guys were getting was actually from the area up north, because they had some bad fires there in Nova Scotia, and that would have unlikely drifted southward because of the way everything was there. Anyway, let's leave this be. I'm going to refresh it just to see what it looks like currently. We may not get shots, but it's okay. Well, we don't see much at Lascar. No eruption there. The occasional star shining through at Laguna del Mole. And we can't see a darn thing at Villarrica. So we'll leave that be. Gonna put it back over here. Let's go to the next one and see if Merapi will make us happy. And I know they've had a very, very poor weather there. So we may not see a heck of a lot from Merapi. This was kind of a neat observation here. I did see that earlier. That's the sunlight hitting it, and I thought, what the heck, is that a fire or something? But no, it's not. Anyway, going back, we see the typical volcano gray color, and that does not surprise us. If we go back a little bit more, there at 2:57 a.m. Actually about 2:56 is when that started up at the top here. We did see some flow coming down in black and white mode, and it is doing its thing. If we expedite it a little bit, and there we go. It wasn't that much lava, but I mean, at least there's some, and we know there's a little bit of a bacon coming down there. It also happened earlier as well, just a few minutes prior to this as well. This one wasn't that rich as far as I was concerned. I think it was just dribbles. It's running out of lava, maybe? I have no idea. You never know if those lava workers have turned off the pipes. But some of those chunks coming down look a little bit bigger. Not anything too crazy though. There was another one here in the clouds just a while earlier, which we'll get to as well. And that was here. You can see how dense the cloud formation is. You can see the glow underneath here, but you don't see it till it really gets out and about. But you can see how widespread that is. And as I mentioned many times before, because this is a really interesting effusive lava, it fills up all those canyons that they had where the previous flows were going through, and basically it spreads out or fans out very, very quickly, and it's very evident by that shot to see how wide it is now getting as it is flowing down. And prior to that, basically just no visibility. So I'm not going to try to hold my breath there and show something that's non-existent. We'll leave that be. I think they had one eruption about 10.5 hours ago. That might have been worthwhile. They did show it in both black and white and color at the same time. And we can see that. That's a 21:25 their time. So pretty cool. And you can see it as the bacon descends in color as well as the black and white format, or infrared and nighttime. So that's kind of why it glows so much. It's pretty nice though. But yeah, it is a kind of awesome in that respect. Let's leave that guy be. It is time for a break, you guys. So I am going to put you back over onto the canned lava. After the break, we will go over and take a look at Mount Semeru, not Mount Semeru, Mount Ruapehu, and then Taupo, see what it's up to. And then we'll head over to Semeru, and we'll peek in on others as we're going through things. And hopefully we will get over to our other ones over in Japan after that. So stick around, you guys, and we'll put you back on that canned lava. There you go. I'm going to fix my screens here and get it for ready for the next volcano, and we'll go from there. So yep, lava's flowing. All right, get some music on. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. I live in the south end of Cayuga Lake, which is a part of the Finger Lakes, and it was really hazy today with the smoke. The smoke that you're probably seeing there, Scott, is getting it from Ontario and Quebec, not from Alberta. Ours is gone. Ours goes up north. So yours is probably from the Ontario and Quebec stuff. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back. Don't go away. And there we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have y'all on board yet. And I see Barbara made it in. Dinkle, a storm chaser, Dutch weather. Welcome, Barbara. And thank you for the welcome back from Mars 2028. And let's see if we can stop our canned lava. And thanks, Barbara. For the welcome back there as well, and thank you for renewing your membership. That is awesome. And let's park this. And Sharon Stewart says, "I hear you, DrFox2000." All good. Thanks, Sharon. Okay, we hang on. Did that not stop? Yeah, it did. Okay, it did stop. I was wondering for a second there. I thought it didn't stop. And let's get over to where we were. We were looking at Merapi, and Merapi in the clouds for the most part. And as I was looking at this, I thought, oh no, we're going to get clouds covering it up again. It was in the clouds earlier. I wanted to see it. So let's go back about 5 or 6 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago. And there is Mount Ruapehu. And isn't that gorgeous? That is a snow-covered Mount Ruapehu. That snow was going a long way down on the mountain. That is telling us winter is coming. And they are getting some snow on there. They'll be able to ski pretty soon. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. So that is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And that is kind of an awesome shot there. I love seeing that. So really, really nice. And I'm sure they're going to get more snow. It happens. It's this time of year for them. And it's winter there and turning to a summer here. And that's the way it goes. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's leave that be. Earlier in the day there, I tried to see it, and there was a cloud and stuff going on, and the sunlight, of course, silhouetting it, so you couldn't see it. And that is kind of the way it is. But at least there, that's all covered in frost clouds on top. And that is from about 4 hours and 50 minutes ago. We'll put that back on live, though. And that is what it is right now with that cloud moving in and blocking the view. It was a nice view. We'll make that one smaller. Let's get over to our next thing. And of course, this is the stuff that we're seeing over at Taupo as far as signal levels and so on. I've just refreshed it to make sure it's up to date. And we are seeing some increased activity there with a slight decline and rebound there with activity once again. So I don't know if that's actually the volcano doing its thing, or if we just are seeing some extra shaking going on down underneath, because that whole area, of course, is tectonically active, and we know that both magma and just the general movement will create a lot of noise down there to be picked up by the sensors. So let's kind of compare with the other chart. We do see a fairly large spike. We did see this one yesterday, but it was only starting to rise. And today, of course, it shows it as peaked and dropped again. And that would be a little further to the north on the North Island. So that is all good, but this is what we've got going on there right now. And pretty cool. Let's move over to the next shot. And of course, this is, we'll get it bigger here. And we'll have to do the zoomy thing, otherwise we won't be able to show it. And you can just see here behind this mountain right there, that is where Ruapehu is sitting, and it's in the clouds, of course. But you can see the water is fairly water capped, like wind is blowing pretty bad there. if we look around a little bit, you see on the other side here is the same kind of affair. Lots of traffic happening. And of course, the caldera for Taupo is the entirety of that lake. And I'll have to try to do a better capture on this. I don't know if I did on this. Yeah, there you go. You have a better capture that way. You can see the distance here a little bit better. So, yeah, kind of neat to see that. And if we go this way, there you can actually see the whole sign for a change. So pretty awesome. And yeah, that's still a pretty wide shot though. And we like it. Anyway, and that is compliments of a Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. You can go there and have a good visit and take a look and see what the caldera of Taupo actually looks like. So pretty awesome. Anyway, let's make that smaller again, and that's zoomed out. That's the actual photo, and it's 2:15 in the afternoon, and that is what we've got. So, and no flea market, no fleas for sale. Sorry, can't give you those. Let's make this small again, and they turn it into that tiny, tiny little block. And we'll go back to here so we have it. And next one on our list, and I don't know if it's even going to show up, is supposed to be Semeru, but we'll take a look and see if it is actually alive or not. And nope, Semeru is not live right now, so we are going to skip Semeru, unfortunately. Let's see if we go over there just so you can see what I'm doing, or you can't see what I'm doing. I tried to find out of course, these are the older streams, and that was a stream 16 hours ago. This one 2 days ago, so no longer live for those guys, and we'll leave that be. And we'll carry on with our next place of fun and joy. And I wanted to have a quick peek at Stromboli and see what it was doing since I'm in these scenes. And there we can see a little bit of a glow from Stromboli itself. Unfortunately, not seeing much activity. And then when you look at that thermal, you do see a little bit of a highlighted area there, but you know, obviously it's got some heat to it. Same thing as noticeable in this particular shot, also a thermal cam, but no lava puddles or anything like that. So quiet there right now at Stromboli, and we will leave that be. Let's get to our next shot. We're going to take a look at Mount Etna, and that's the present view at 3:17 in the morning. We'll have to go back here and see if we had any kind of visibility during a sunset, and I don't think we did. It looked pretty yucky weather-wise, so yeah, not good. Did we see it at any point in time? No, we've seen a lot of rain though, apparently, or fog. There we go, and it got even worse. I hope that's not smoke. I hope it's just a rain or something happening, and that is what it is there. So no visibility of Mount Etna today, sorry, and we'll leave that be. I do want to take a look at the chart here, and just having a quick peek, and we do see it is once again hiding below the line, and this is where we see action when it's above the line. This is where it hides once it's below the line. So we need those spikes up top, unfortunately, and we're not seeing that right now. Let's leave it here, and we'll get on to our next friendly volcanoes, and that is over in Japan. And let me see if I can find my Japanese screen. There we go. And the ice cream boat is there. And it's there right now. And hurry, go down, get your ice cream. And that will be pretty cool. And what happened with the chat? Did people stop talking? Am I really that interesting that nobody wants to talk? Anyway, looking at Sakurajima in the background here, very, very difficult to see. And unfortunately, not much we can do about it. Very bad weather there once again in Japan. This, of course, being the closer up shot. I notice many of the boats are gone, so everybody's out fishing, and that is okay. And I wonder if they're going to get good catches. But let's just back that up a little bit, see if anything got better. It really didn't look like it. Well, rats, a volcano ray, yep, typical stuff, and yeah, that's even worse. You know, it doesn't fail. We see that. There we go, 607, we see the pluming. It is continuing to do what it does best, and we are getting there, 5:12 a.m. Does look like that small vent here is continuing to throw out material. It's just the current conditions as far as visibility are very, very poor. So if there was some activity from the volcano during the course of the night, we likely missed some of it. This again is that same small vent. So likely something happening there. Anyway, let's go back just a little bit more. And yeah, same thing. That seems to be the active one right now. Back to a regular viewing there. That is live and not very good a shot. We're going to skip over the close-up cam because we won't see a darn thing. Next one, of course, this one is supposed to be Suwanoshijima, and yeah, I can't see it at all. Let's see if we can find a spot where it was kind of visible. I don't think it was from... I did just do a quick scan earlier, and I couldn't spawn anything, unfortunately, right into the dark. So when we look at it here, let's see. We see a ship. I don't know if that helps, but no, we're not seeing a darn thing. It's over there somewhere in the fog. Don't run into it there, Mr. Ship. Hopefully everything will be okay. Let's leave that. Hey, wow, Tetra, thank you for renewing your membership and welcome back. And nice to see you. And hey, Doc, still here with you. That is awesome, Tetra. And glad that you're on board. Next volcano is, of course, again, you can see the weather problem. This is ASO, and it is raining kittens and puppies out there at ASO. Very, very poor visibility. If we go back just a little bit, I thought we were going to be able to see it, but I couldn't. And if we go back a little bit more here, this is about 2.5 hours ago. You can just see that there's some off-gassing happening right there. Actually, a little bit further back, there you can see it, even during the rain. So that whole little caldera acts like a big bowl, and every time it gets a new fresh rain in there, that, of course, gets heated up. Status Quo, welcome back, and Sue, welcome back. Status Quo, nice to see you. Anyway, so ASO is continuing to do his thing, and we like it. It's unfortunately very, very rainy there in Japan, so they have their weather. That is the current condition right there, and makes it hard to see. Let's go to our last one for Japan, and this one is Asama. Osama, of course, about 100 kilometers to the west of our wonderful Tokyo, and hard to tell with that background color of gray. It's hard to see any pluming coming out of there. But if we go back to this point here, you can see it, and that is at 6:41 a.m. and a fair amount of off-gassing continuing there. And if we go back a little bit further, we had a little bit of more light there, and you can definitely see there is off-gassing happening right there, and that is pretty cool. Why is that a 480? Let's try that. That's a little bit better. Anyway, we also see up there, it looks like that puffed enough to get it up into the sky. So if we go and just check, yeah, this thing has been busy puffing away. If we go back a little bit, you can see more of those plumes, and that is from the volcano. So interesting to see that, and hopefully we will continue to see it develop into something that will hopefully give us an eruption of some sort that we can see, and hopefully it won't harm anyone in the area. One of the things that I've mentioned before, this volcano, there's villages all around the base of it, and it is, of course, something that you can't get away from if you're living on a volcanic island, and essentially that's what Japan is. So let's make that one smaller. We'll put it back to alive. Double check on our ice cream boat. Ice cream boat is still sitting there, so hopefully everyone has got their ice cream by now, and that'll be good. Let's go over to our next scene, and we'll see if that one is still working, and it may not be. Oh, it is, and that is a Yellowstone National Park. We'll put a Yellowstone on, and have to realign that just a tad bit. Oop, and there, well, almost had it. Close. Anyway, there is a Yellowstone National Park. Of course, we don't see Old Faithful on there right now, but that is okay. We do have all kinds of people wandering around the trails, looking at stuff, and getting gassed out. And there was another report of, actually on the radio this morning, on the way into work, they were talking about this lady who was taking selfies in front of a bison that was eating a buffalo, and luckily the animal did not care, but she stood there for almost 3.5 minutes taking selfies with the buffalo, and she's lucky she didn't get herself in trouble, but anyway, from the buffalo. Park services there banned her from the park, but that's beside the point. Anyway, let's read through the volcano report for today. It's actually fairly large, so this may take a little bit, but we'll get at it real quick. So for yesterday, we had, since late Sunday's activities, 7 volcanoes. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, we did see the separate report already, but sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 22:45. This was yesterday's, right? Cotopaxi in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 18:45. Reventador in Ecuador, a volcanic ash not observed, reported at 1900. Sangay in Ecuador is occasional volcanic ash emission to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 1915. Ibu on Halmahara Island. I always have trouble with that. Halmahara Island, Indonesia, observed Volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 21:45. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash not observed, reported at 21:45. Dukono, same island as Ibu, the Halmahera Island, Indonesia, and volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 22:45. And for Monday, we have a few more on our list. 8 volcanoes. We'll start out with Sabancaya in Peru. Intermittent emissions of to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. Strong puffs of volcanic ash to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 12:15. Ibico on Paramashir Island in the Kuril Islands in Russia. Eruption 2, 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters, reported at 1:30. Separate email. I haven't got to that page yet. Or did I even have that one, Sue? I'm looking. Give me a second. I'm trying to see if I would have loaded it. Where is it loaded? I thought maybe I haven't looked at it there. Oh, I do have it loaded. Okay, we'll take a look at that after the break, though. We'll finish this report. We'll look at that other report from Ibico afterwards. Anyway, erupted to 10,000 feet, 3,000 meters, reported at 1:30. We'll take a look at the report after. And Suwanosejima erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters at 2 a.m. and then again at 15:50 in the afternoon. Dukono on Halmahera Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, 5 a.m. Sakurajima in Japan erupted to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 6 a.m. Luotolak on Lesser Sunda Island, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 6:45. And Sangay in Ecuador, volcanic ash emissions continue to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 6:45 a.m. Reventador in Ecuador, a very discreet volcanic ash emissions. Okay, a very discreet volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters, reported at 1,300. And yep, we'll get to the stuff up in the northern area after the break. So for right now, it's Halmahera, not Halmahera. Yeah. Oh boy, that is a tongue twister. Almera, status quo. I am looking at it. It's a kind of a punny. Anyway, let's put you back on the canned lava. And we'll see if we can get over there. Canned lava, here we come. Maybe. There we go. Canned lava. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. If you have not subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, Halmahera. Halma. Is that like Wilma Hera? Halmahera. Anyway, I'm going to go take a break now and calm my Halmahera down, and we'll work on that later. It's always tough, when it is what it is. Kevin Haynes, good night. You take care, and I'm going to be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, everyone. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and don't sacrifice anyone else while I'm gone. I'll be back. Don't worry. Here's the music. microphone is back on, and hopefully everyone will stop twirling. Oops, I nearly hit the tray of drinks in the Lurkers Lounge. I better sit down. Yeah, if you're twirl too much there, Sue, you'll get dizzy. Thank you for the welcome back. And I gotta have another drink of Pepsi. I did it again. I was busy doing other things, and I forgot to have my Pepsi. And thanks, Scott. Ah, there, that's better. Now we can make this happen. All right. Sorry for drinking a Pepsi right in front of you, but I need that stuff, the nectar of life. Anyway, let's park our wonderful lava. Oop, we'll get that here and just stop it for now. And we will go over to our next scene that I wanted to kind of look at. We wanted to talk about Shivelish for a second, and unfortunately we just don't see it. It's hiding behind the clouds, as you can see in these shots here, and if we make them a little bit bigger, you can see it's just not visible. You can see the base of it, but the cloud is sitting in such a spot that I don't see Doc. Uh-oh. You don't see me? Uh-oh. Why? You can't see? You can't see Shivelish either. You can't see me or Shivelish. Alright, let's... why is that not working? I'm supposed to click it. Oh, there. Oh, are you drinking Pepsi? Oh, that's okay. Welcome back, Dr. Fox. I've got to have a great rest of the show. The Martian is taking off. All right. Well, safe travels there, and secure those exhaust thrusters before you get out for your landing. Anyway, I'm all good. We'll leave that one be. I was going to show the other shots here of Pavlov, but obviously you can see that it's no good. And there's the Great Sitkins, also not a very good shot. Very poor weather. But let's give the report of Ibico real quick. And there is Ibico Volcano on Parameter Islands in the Kuril Islands. Volcanic activity continues. I think that may be the one that had the two things going on there. Anyway, that is a pretty good size eruption. The picture gets awful small there. I don't know why, but looks bigger on here, and we can see it fairly well. It says the explosive eruption at the volcano continues at moderate levels. The volcano continues to produce a minor, sometimes a strong volcanic eruptions accompanied by ash plumes with an average altitude of 10,000 feet or 3,048 meters. The spewed ash was spread to the east of the volcano, and they had this little video here that is 14 seconds long. That is pretty interesting, and they're awful close taking a peek at the volcano. A little risky, in my opinion. There was another video there somewhere. Maybe it wasn't this one either, but that was kind of nice to be able to see that. We'll play that one more time, and there you can see it. That is actually pretty cool. Yeah, Twitter, I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike for that or not. But that is what we got. Hopefully that won't impede on anything. But let's leave that one be. Brave. Yeah, I don't know if I want to call it a brave or perhaps something other than a brave. And that is a little bit on the silly side. You know, you take a look at the area here, and you know the type of a volcano this is. I don't know how Ibico reacts at times, and I'm wondering if if it's a really explosive volcano. But looking at the amount of tephra and ash there, it could be pretty dangerous to be there. Although we are seeing a lake right beside it, and that is usually a good indicator that it can't be that bad. Otherwise, that would get sizzled up. Hey, Grenzed, glad to have you on board. Yeah, turn the volume down. Yeah, I did. So, all good. Anyway, we'll likely have to mute that out. We'll see what happens by the end of the stream. Hopefully, it won't be anything bad. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's get over to our next wonderful thing, and that, of course, is doing our earthquakes. And there we go. Let me get onto the earthquake map. Not going to spend a heck of a lot of time with earthquakes today. I'm going to try to make the show a little shorter. So we're not seeing anything here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and nothing major on the Aleutian Island chain, and sliding down most of North America. Very little activity. We do have a 4.2 here in an odd place in Mexico, and that does need to be reported, and that's not too far away from Mexico City. Let's see if we can put the street one up here, or maybe a terrain. What about, yeah, I think the street one might be the better one to take a look and see where it is, if there is actually anything around it. Some funny roads, but no, I think it's kind of off by itself. So odd place for that to happen, though. You know, when you look at that, Mexico City is down here, Guadalajara over here, so Mazatlan there. Really strange to see that. We also see a quake over in Cuba, 4.2. From yesterday at 1:20 a.m. This one came in at 4.2 at 12:01 today. Hang on, that wasn't yesterday's, that's today's at 1:20 this morning. Sorry, my bad. Anyway, let's carry on. I go look down here. We see a fair amount of activity here in Peru once again. A 4.6 from 6:43 a.m., 10 clicks down. Then a 4.3 from 7:25, 10 clicks down. And a 5.0, and that is 5:55 a.m. and 10 kilometers down as well. Next one a little further south, still in Peru, 4.2, 10:54 a.m., 90 kilometers down for that. Next one down here in Chile, 4.4 from 15:33, and this one here, 4.0 from 23:24 yesterday, 205 kilometers down for that guy. Not seeing anything else out here in the South Sandwich Islands as we move along. Looking at New Zealand, we do see down here, and this is what is it, Bellini Island region, 5.8 from yesterday at 20:45, 10 kilometers down, and that of course is right on top of a fault line. So not a surprise with these here and that one there, probably putting some pressure on that area. Moving up here, Tonga area, 4.7, 3:41 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that one. And hey, Bob is here. Good to see you there, C&D boy. And next one, 5.2, Papua New Guinea, 9:41 is the time on that one. And the 10 kilometers down, the next one is a 4.8, New Britain region, Papua New Guinea, 9:49 a.m. 10 kilometers down for him. Moving on over, and we see a 4.7 Tembolaka, Indonesia, or close to it. Anyway, 7:08 a.m. 30 kilometers down for that one. This one near Barren Island volcano, but a little ways away, but still there, 4.6. And that came in yesterday at 20:09, 10 kilometers down. We do see this one here, Maluka Sea, 4.5, 6:04 a.m., 59.5 kilometers down. Here's another quake out in the Mariana Island region, 4.4 from 11:34, 163.8 clicks down. Next one is a 4.4 up here and not off the coast of Japan. If we zoom in, you can see it's quite a ways out yet, but happened at yesterday, 20:35, 39.1 kilometers down. Nothing on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We got this guy already. We're not seeing anything in Tajikistan or northern portions of Afghanistan there, or that region. Going to zoom out here, look for other quakes. We did have a couple more here, but I think the result ended up with this one here in Göksang, Turkey, or Turkey, and that is 4.6. I came in at 10:40 a.m. at 10.5 kilometers down for that guy. So not too far away from the original massive quakes that they've had in here before. So still shaking a bit there, and we're not seeing anything else in Sicily or Greece or any of those areas. So that is pretty much it for there. And let's just have a quick peek in Hawaii. Again, not going to go through all of these, but I'm kind of wondering what the heck is going on. Why haven't we seen an eruption yet? I want an eruption. Anyway, this is a 1.9 over here. 10:05 was the time, and it says minus 2.2. That means it's 2.2 kilometers above sea level. So this quake happened up near the surface of Mauna Loa, very high up. Anyway, that is what we got there. And then, of course, here you got a 2.0, you got a 2.1, 2.1, 1.8, another 2.1 and 2.0. This is all Pahala region. 1.8, 2.0, 1.8, and another 2.2. So there's Pahala, the town itself, and you can see it there, but they call that the Pahala region. So I'll leave that there. I do see this straggler here, 1.8, fern forest is where they say at 14 kilometers from the fern forest. Yesterday's 23:09, 3.5 kilometers below sea level, and then we've got a 1.9 here, 4:57 a.m., 500 meters below sea level. One right in underneath the caldera of the Halemaumau crater, and that is 1.4 kilometers below sea level. 2.1 from 12:39, and then just a couple more to show here. 1.9 from yesterday, 2015, 3.9 kilometers down. 1.7 from today at 7:16, or Hawaii time, 4:16 a.m. 3.6 kilometers down for that guy. So that is our earthquakes for Hawaii. And that is in general what we've had. I don't believe that there was much new happening there in our next place here, and that is, of course, the Canary Islands. And I don't really see anything new at all. I'm trying to spot stuff here. Oh, this one is new. That is a 4.0, 38 kilometers down, happened at 22:39. That is new. Wow, all right. Why we got the stuff flashing over here? This one's a couple days old. We'll leave that guy be. And this is another new one, 2.3 from 23:39 as well. And that is interesting to see. And not a big guy though. And we leave that be. This is the other one, happened at 10:38 for that guy. That's a 2.3 as well, 30 kilometers down on this one. This one is not showing a depth as of yet. They will likely figure that out as we go. So we'll leave those be. Let's get over to our wonderful La Palma and see if we had anything today. Nope, last one was yesterday, and it was from 1331, 8 kilometers down, a 1.5 in magnitude. So that is it for the Canary Islands. We'll put it back on this map. I'm going to zoom that back out so we can watch the new ones come in. 4-minute warning. Yep, Sue, I'm going to have to take that 4-minute warning and move it up a little bit and call it a 2-minute warning, as I am going to need something to munch on here for a second and keep myself from falling asleep. I know, it's one of those things. When you work all day and then you come home and you got to do a volcano show, sometimes, you know, especially since I'm just getting work back in to my routines here, it takes a little bit. And I'll be honest, the last couple of days I have been really tired, and I'm just really ramsacked, and I don't want to give up showing the show or doing the show, so I'm doing my best to try to get a little bit more of a break in between, that kind of thing. And I know people say about you can take a day off once in a while and stuff, and I know I can, but what if something happens? That's the way I look at it. And the idea behind having this show is to give you up-to-date information. And if your CBC News all of a sudden says, well, hey, we're all going on vacation, so you'll have to wait till next week for the news. That's not really fair, is it? And especially if we have people in here supporting the stream. And for me, that does make a big deal. I don't want to let people down. So that is kind of what we're doing. Anyway, don't go away. I'm going to go take a break, and please stick around. We'll get some music on for you while I go take a little bit of a break, and then we'll work on getting through our SO2 map and our weather map, and we'll go from there. And thanks, and if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bump. Also, if you're new and sitting on the outside, hit that subscribe button, help us out. That'd be really cool. Yeah, thanks, Sue. And, I appreciate everyone being here. All right, I'm going to take a break. Don't go away. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. I wonder if we've lost everyone else. It almost sounds like it. Anyway, I'm going to go through the SO2 and the weather fairly quickly. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, I just refreshed this, looking out here in this area, Kamchatka Peninsula. We are seeing a little bit of a plume here and a circulation, and that is what's going on. So I bet you there's some rainstorms here trying to help circumvent all that SO2 getting out and about. And let's just take a look. So this will likely be from Shivlush and Klayushevskoy, as well as down on the bottom here will be Karimsky, and of course from the other stuff down here, Ibico is likely doing the output for this one. So that is kind of what we've got there. Not sure what's causing this, and I don't know if they've got a fire going on there or something something else happening there. Maybe we do have some volcanic activity. Anything is possible, but you never know. Looking at the northern portions of Canada, we do see fires up in northern Alberta still, up here in the Yukon as well. Sorry, not the Yukon. Could be the Shishalden after all those earthquakes. Yep, could be. Anyway, Northwest Territories, a bunch of fires up there, and not so bad in most of Canada till you get over here to Quebec, and that is the smoke that is likely coming down into the U.S. Doesn't look too bad over there in Nova Scotia anymore, with that rain compounding everything, and likely putting out more of those fires. We do see larger or heavier levels here in central and eastern portions of the U.S., but not so bad that it's anything really stifling. Looking pretty good around the Great Lakes too. Western U.S. very clean, and this of course coming from a Popocatépetl for the most part, and we see it pluming into the Pacific, as well as portions getting into Florida and going into the Atlantic due to some of those storms. Central America, pretty normal. What is it? Nevado del Ruiz kind of throwing its stuff up. And this would be from Sabancaya, this area. And then, of course, we have some of the volcanic activity from Chile, producing more SO2 there. Let's leave that alone. Michael, a volcano, likely putting out a little bit more as well. The storm here probably washing away a lot of the stuff from White Isle, a volcano, and still seeing plumes from, well, this in here from the oil refineries, as well as the coking plants north of Sydney. And of course we see Tofua still putting out its stuff. And yes sir, right there. Oh, I gotta love it. Anyway, we do see what is the other one? Agawa and Naoba continuing to do their thing. We are still seeing pretty normal levels from Papua New Guinea. Luotolak still throwing out his bits. And yep, Samaru would be making this. This would be from our Merapi, and of course this is a combined effort here from Jakarta, as well as our wonderful Krakatoa. Why did that open up? I don't want to see that. Okay, and let's carry on. I'm not going to worry about those guys. That's pretty normal stuff there. Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing, and the same thing goes for Mayon and Bulasan and Taal. I'm not going to worry about that. It's pretty normal stuff coming from the islands out here, the Japanese islands, and normal pretty much for China. And we aren't seeing as much SO2 from Suwanoshijima, but we are still seeing fairly high levels from Sakurajima going northward, and this a very high level here from Aso. So Aso definitely throwing out a little bit of that. Getting up to Tokyo area, we see higher levels over here, and we know that is from Asama. Asama-san has been building up. We'll see what happens in the future. We already covered the Kamchatka Peninsula, so we'll carry on. Got all of those, pretty straightforward there in India, pretty normal. Same thing with South Africa. And of course, Goma 1 and 2 there in Dominican Republic are still doing their thing. Democratic Republic of the Congo, not a Dominican Republic. Boy, I'm tired. Ertail in here doing her thing, as well as the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran. They are helping out with that stuff. And looking at what's happening here, everything seems to be broken up and drifting northward. That is, of course, from Mount Etna, and then we are still getting some from Stromboli, as well as a Volcano there. So that is our SO2 report in a nutshell, and the rest will leave be. Let's throw some weather in here, whether we like it or not. We're going to generalize and not worry so much about where we are and what we're doing here. So looking at pretty warm temps up to 23 degrees in Alaska, 24 there. That is pretty awesome. Yukon has warmed up as well quite a ways, and still seeing very high temps up here in the Northwest Territories, all the way into Nunavut. So a lot of that permafrost is not happy. And looking at Vancouver, coming in at about 20 degrees right now. Bob's Place over in the island here is about 20 as well. Moving over, let's have a quick peek here. Calgary at 22. Edmonton starting to get a little cooler with a lot of wind and some rain likely. Lethbridge, on the other hand, 26 degrees. And where's Swift Current coming in at 28 degrees. Still waiting for rain. Okay, Bob, no worries. Winnipeg, I mean, 26. And Judy M has got anywhere from about 25 to 28 degrees as well. And that would be okay. We do see cooler air being pushed downward from Hudson's Bay area and Quebec, and that is getting into Toronto. That's starting to mix in this northern, well, I guess we'd call it the central portions of Ontario, and that will likely bring more rain. We see 17 in Toronto, Detroit coming in at about 20, Chicago about 21, and we see about 20, 21 over on the other side of Lake Michigan. Peeking in here real quick, looks like a 6 or 7 or 8 there for New Brunswick. We see about 10 degrees for Cole Harbor. We see that low here circulating all that rain stuff. And Cole Harbor conditions are cloudy with a temperature of 51 Fahrenheit or 11 degrees Celsius, and blowing from the northeast. And yeah, I can see that it's pulling that because of that circulation. Hopefully there's some moisture in there putting those fires out. And we are still seeing up to about 11 or 12 degrees there in some parts of Newfoundland, Avalon Peninsula a little bit less, from 6 to about 8. And we are seeing some negative temperatures up in the northern portions of Labrador and Quebec. And we'll carry on and move over and see what we've got in Portland. And we're seeing 23 there. And wow, 31 in, what is it, Kennewick and Yakima. Yakima coming in at 30 degrees Celsius, roughly 30, 31. This, of course, is a desert-style area. Spokane sitting at about 28 too. That's pretty awesome. Reading up on the top here, 33 degrees. Holy Batman. There's places up to 35 up here. That is 36. Wow. That is pretty awesome. San Jose is 21. San Francisco coming in about 14 right now. Moving further south, Bakersfield only 25, and LA 18, 17, 18. Death Valley coming in at 37 degrees Celsius. We do see up to 40 in some spots in the valleys though. So that is up to you what you want to decide. And we are seeing about 33 in Las Vegas. Phoenix, Arizona coming in at 35. Wow. Mexicali is 30. Tucson 33. Albuquerque and New Mexico coming in at 23. A little bit more pleasant there, I think. 25 in Corpus Christi, and we are seeing 25 in San Antonio. 22 in Houston, Austin 23, Dallas coming in at about 25 degrees. And we see all these air spots here kind of dissipating, and that is some weather in that area. Oklahoma got about Oklahoma City at 25 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas coming in at 27. New Orleans at 24. And let's go take a look at Miami 26. Orlando 23, Jacksonville 21, and Atlanta 23. Charlotte, North Carolina, 20 degrees right now. 20 for our wonderful Grandma B at Raleigh, and that's about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And there is 17 in Virginia Beach. Baltimore 20 degrees, Philadelphia 19 degrees. New York 19, and Boston a little cooler at 14, sliding down. And just looking at the rest of Central America, pretty warm temperatures, but not as warm as they were. So the warmth seems to be up around Phoenix right now, and we are seeing about 15 to about 18 degrees in Mexico City, and about well, up to 29 in those places. Let's leave that be. Cancun 28, yep, and going through, we are seeing about 28, 29 there in the lowlands here of Colombia. Same thing up to about 30 there in some spots in Venezuela. But the average temperature probably about 25, 26 degrees Celsius. Looks pretty normal for our wonderful Brazil, with the exception of the eastern coast. Rio de Janeiro, not so warm right now, only about 18 degrees. Sao Paulo about 13, and looks like Bolivia and Paraguay about the same temperatures, 23 down to maybe 18 in some places. Looks like single digits, wow, for many places there in our wonderful Uruguay, and 11 degrees in Paysandú, 13, 14 there in Buenos Aires. Definitely cooling off, and wintertime is setting in the southern hemisphere. Getting over to New Zealand, we see very cold temps still. single digits all through the higher elevations. The west coast here slightly warmer with up to about 14 degrees. Christchurch only making it to 11, Wellington 11. Quick peek in here. Hastings coming in at 14. Taupo region about 12. The bay here, Bay of Plenty, well, anywhere from 17 out there in the water. There's even an 18 in there, but looks like down to about 14 degrees for the most part. Auckland coming in at 15, not that warm. And we do see a few places up to 16 there on the peninsula, nothing crazy. Hobart warmed up a little bit, yep, 13 degrees today, and a little bit nicer, warmer weather for them today. Looks like Melbourne 16, 17 degrees for Leo, that's not so bad. 17 in Adelaide. Sydney coming in at about 15. Brisbane coming in at 19, and I'm seeing some temperature building back up in Australia. That is a nice up to 31 degrees Celsius in the northern portions, so that's really nice to see. They were too darn cold. And we see about 10 there in Perth. That's still a little on the chilly side, but hopefully it'll warm up. And looking out here, likely fairly cool in the Tonga. Yeah, is it Tonga? Tonga. Somewhere. American Samoas. Fiji 26, 27. Vanuatu coming in anywhere from 27 to about 23 degrees. New Caledonia 22 to 24 degrees. Again, a little bit warmer there in Papua New Guinea, since it's warmed up a little bit there in Australia as well. So that will show up to almost 30 degrees, and that is pretty good. 30, 31 on the other side for eastern Indonesia. And some of the islands here are looking pretty nice. You got to remember, it's still early morning for those guys, so give it some time. The temperature will build up. So, of course, Java, Sumatra, those places are okay. Jakarta is 28. Singapore is about 29. And we're seeing about a 30, what is it? 30, 31 there for Bangkok. Yep, that's pretty close. And Manila coming in at about 30 degrees for there. We got a 98W is now replaced Mawa. And then we see the other low over here. And likely, that's pretty warm, 29 degrees for Hong Kong. Kagoshima coming in at 19, moving up a little bit more here in Tokyo, 23 degrees. And we can see some heat built up in here. That is awesome for those guys. They haven't been warm enough for a while. 21 in Sapporo, that's like the tropical temperatures. And we see the eastern side is cooler, western side up to about 14 degrees. Eastern is only getting to anywhere from 4 to about 6 degrees Celsius there on the Kamchatka Peninsula. India warming up quite a bit, seeing 27 there in Delhi, and Jakarta coming in at 31, Mumbai about 29, 30, and we see 92A storming off there in the Western Indian Ocean. And looking at what we see here, very cold temps in South Africa. Once again, Cape Town only 10. The lower portions here, boy, those elephants and everybody, they're going to be cold, and we got to get them some more heat. South Central regions not so good. Warming up the further north you go, and then once you get into the Sahara Desert, of course, temperatures are climbing back up. I guess this is why these guys migrate and keep warm. I would migrate too. Anyway, at 35 degrees there, what we're seeing for the highest temps, maybe a little bit more in a couple of spots, but Sahara Desert not bad. Atlas Mountains up in the top region here, still fairly cool, but not that bad. So Algeria as well as Morocco and Tunisia are still holding in there, but still a little cooler than they should be. I see some 36-degree temps in here in Libya. That's not that bad. Cairo only about 19 right now. Riyadh coming in at about 29. We do see up to about 34 degrees in the bottom portion of Saudi Arabia, as well as over here in UAE, and a little cooler in Oman, only up to about 30, not 35, but that is okay. And looks like a pretty warm there in Iraq, and we see Basra at 29 and about 26 up in Baghdad. And let's see, Malatya, where'd you go? There you are, 14, 15 degrees there. Adana coming in at about 19 degrees. And of course, Piggy is in Rhodes, so about 21 degrees for Piggy at Rhodes. Piggy's home, though, over here, will be about 22 degrees right now. 21, 22, and that's pretty close. And Athens about 17, continuing to move over. Looks like the top of Mount Etna is cool, but Redanzo coming in around 13 degrees right now, according to this map. Thank you, Sue. And moving up, we see Naples is 18, Rome 18, and we got Milano coming in at 17. Quick peek, Madrid is 16, 17, Lisbon about 19, a little bit warmer. Aurelio's house about 14. Southern end of France, other than the mountains, looking pretty good. 17 for Nantes, Tanto will be happy. And about 13 for Paris. Moving up a little bit more, we got Munich at 13. Frankfurt coming in at 16, Cologne 14, Yvonne Coco's house 11, and we see Luxembourg 11 or 12 degrees, about 11 there in Brussels, Amsterdam coming in at about 10 there, 11, pretty close to it, and some places, I guess about 9 or 10 there for an average in Holland. And Berlin coming in at 15. Hamburg is 13. Close to my home. Lübeck is 11. Copenhagen coming in at 12. Aarhus is about 9 degrees. Oslo up on the top, 9 as well. Let's see, this is Stockholm, Sweden, 13. St. Petersburg coming in at 11. And let's take a look and find Moscow as about 9 degrees Celsius. London is sitting at 10. And the coastal area is a little bit warmer, but the interior is still trying to struggle to warm up. We've got a 9 in Leeds, Glasgow coming in at 10, Aberdeen sitting at about 7, Dublin coming in at 11, and probably a 13 or 14 for Doolin. Enjoying that wonderful weather. I hope Irish Monk is appreciating it. And about 8 degrees there in our wonderful Reykjavik. So that is what we've got going on. It says 6. Okay, 8, 6. We'll split the difference. We'll call it 7. They do have this high here. That high needs to move a little bit more. That cold air is coming down. We get more high air up there, warmer air. Anyway, let's leave that be, and I will flip it over to precipitation, and we'll come back after a break, and we'll do our precipitation and our cold temps, and that'll be it for the show. So stick around. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bump. Also, if you are new to the channel, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. anyone who wants to chat, by all means do so. You are welcome to it, because it looks like Sue's the only one that's doing anything in the chat right now. Sue, don't talk to yourself too much. Anyway, here comes some music. Hit the like button. I'll be back. Thanks. Sue, they all fell asleep. Even Tom. Tom is sleep talking now. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome and welcome back, everyone, or whoever is left. And thanks for being here. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And we are at a point on the show where we are doing the precipitation. And we'll take a look if I can find my map. There it is. I did find it. Yay! So, thank you for the welcome back there, Sue. And walks a pepper majestically around the room. All right. That is very cool. Okay, and let's leave our canned lava for a second. And we will do some fast precipitation before I turn into a pumpkin. Dennis Ray, I've been in the lounge. Dennis, okay, no worries. You're allowed to be there. All good. Anyway, as I was talking about the Kamchatka Peninsula, there's the big low that's sitting there cleaning the air for us. We see another low sitting here off the just north of the Aleutian Islands slash peninsula here in Alaska, and then of course one below it. And then a high sitting off the coast of British Columbia and the U.S. here, so that is helping out. We do see the rain up there in Alaska. We do see a rain in northern Saskatchewan, northern British Columbia, and into the Yukon and the Northwest Territories. Northern Alberta getting a bunch of rain. We're supposed to supposedly get rain. Hopefully that'll help with some of those fires up there. Saskatchewan getting some stuff as well. And as we zoom in, there's a bunch of small isolated storms in most regions here in Saskatchewan as well. Looks like still clear for Kananaskis country though, down there in a swift current. Northern Manitoba getting nailed with a whole bunch of rain. And it looks like Ontario, for the most part, not too bad. We do see some rain there in Quebec, although I think they need more rain for getting those forest fires under control. And then looking at what we've got here, Labrador, a little bit of snow, northern Quebec, rain and ice rain in some spots, but that's way up in the northern portions. And here's the mess for poor Sue. We are seeing this rain stuff and everything else that low just churning around here. So hopefully it's not going to be too bad, but we do see New Brunswick, PEI, and Nova Scotia are being affected by that storm system. Let's take a look at the U.S. real quick. And we've got a bunch of small isolated storms all over the place, too many to count. And looks like we've got quite a bit in Albuquerque and New Mexico area. Houston, down here in Texas, they are getting it. And looks like Mississippi and Louisiana and Arkansas are getting a bunch, bleeding over into Alabama as well. Seeing more storm stuff out in the Gulf of Mexico. Looks like the East Coast has gotten a little bit better though, so that has cleared up a little bit. Still seeing quite a bit here in Haiti and of course what is it? Cuba, I remember that. Mexico, all kinds of rainstorms in all kinds of places there, including the Yucatan Peninsula, getting into Guatemala, and pretty much everywhere you want to go in central Mexico, and seeing our storms out in the ocean as well. Lots of stuff happening. I was looking at this earlier, and remember I used to talk about an equatorial storm. Well, it seems to be back. We got 92A and 98W, and going all the way around, we see that storm stuff. South America, northern portions, definitely the jungle continues to get rained upon, to be expected, not so much. And I guess the rest of Brazil, and a little easier for Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay, and most of Argentina. The coastal areas here, of course, for Chile, still getting a bunch of stuff there, and some nasty storms out in the ocean. Don't go there. And here we see, not bad for the southern portion of New Zealand, but the northern island, they are being bombarded with low here. I don't know which direction. Well, it's going to move eastward. It's just whether it's going to go up or down. I think it may, because of the push from the high here, may kind of continue trucking along here and move up a little bit. We'll see what happens. Tasmania getting a little bit of rain, and also the low here, double low, really causing a bunch of circulation. It's really messing with Perth and the western portions of Australia. Looks like there in the Victoria area, and these down here in the little breadbasket area of Australia, they're getting a little bit of rain. And Tasmania got rain again. Looks like, yeah, so this would be affecting many places there, the Kermadec Islands, and of course Tonga looks like possibly some rain. Not so bad in Fiji. Papua New Guinea, yep, rain, 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 and rain for many places in Indonesia. And looks like we've got a storm just south of Bangkok. And looks like this low here, likely storming in our wonderful Hong Kong and the Philippines. Manila getting lots of water there too. Guam is here, so Guam is out of it for right now, but we are seeing this 98W building up, and it will likely follow a similar path to what this storm system is here in Japan right now. So bottom half of Japan, not very good weather, and it looks like North Korea is getting nailed with a lot of storm stuff too in there. Northern portions of Japan have got some rain. Already talked about this low here, keeping the SO2 down, which is actually kind of nice. And there we have a high and a low together, and not so much rain in India. There should be more. We'll see what happens. Southern portions of Africa pretty dry. Central portions here, the jungly area, definitely getting some rain, and it looks like not so much rain here. Piggy is okay there in Rhodes and at home, so her place is all right. But Sicily and Tunisia and Italy are definitely getting some stuff on the bottom of the boot, as well as along the western coastline. Naples and Rome are likely going to get some water. Look at this nasty storm out here. That is, of course, the Azores, and they are getting it. Even portions of the Canary Islands are being affected by that low, and that will likely move in a little bit more on them. Looking at the northern portions of Europe, though, not so bad. We see a little bit in Germany, but looks like England, Ireland, Wales are doing pretty good, and most of the western portion of Europe is okay, with the exception of this stuff going along the wonderful Norwegian coastline, as usual. Finland and Sweden are not bad, though. And let's see, how much rain are they getting there? Not really that bad in Iceland right now. So the rainy season has ceased, and we'll see what happens. And there's some more snow in Greenland. Hopefully that is good enough. Let's put it back on temperatures, and we'll find the good cold temps. Let's see what we got here today. I see a minus 80 already, minus 88 right there. And let's see, if we get a bolt of lightning and minus 88, does it make it colder? Oh, hang on, that's Back to the Future, and you got to go 88 miles per hour. Let's see, 85, 87, 86, 87, 88. Oh, I seen an 89 for a second in there. There it is, 89, 90, bear, minus 90 degrees Celsius. Oh, there's a minus 91, and bear. Oh, that's what Sue found. Sue, is that the same 91, minus 91 you found? That is horribly cold. Minus 91 degrees Celsius. I don't know if I want to be down there. Minus 91. Wow. Yep, I think so. Okay, so yeah, let's call it as that. It's a tie at a minus 91 degrees Celsius. Wow. Yeah, the atoms stop moving at that temperature. No, I'm kidding. I only found one. Yeah, it's a tie. It is. What happened to our Sharon Stewart? She's supposed to be saying, it's a tie. I guess it is. Anyway, let's leave that be. It will put us back to something warmer, and hopefully that will be all right. And we'll wrap up the stream for today. And it is, I guess, that time. So thank you, everyone, for being here. I want to say a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary, 24/7 Live, HZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you for being here. I think Sharon fell asleep. It's got to be my voice that does that, huh? Everybody seems to go to sleep. And thank you, Sue, for your wonderful help and, you know, always sending in the stuff. So excellent, and thank you. Also, a big thank you to our wonderful well, it's not a super chatter, but gift giver today. The only one we had was from Henry Nelson, and he sent in a 5-pack of gift memberships, and that was awesome. Thank you, Henry. Really do appreciate that wonderful support. Also, I guess that is about it. I just want to say thanks, everyone, for being here today. I really do appreciate everyone. I know Mondays are a tough day, and that includes a tough for me, so we'll leave it there. And thanks, everyone, for being here, especially for the ones that stuck around all the way through, like Tom, who, of course, is busy all the time. Night all, yeah, and stay safe. Thank you, Tom. And again, thank you, Sue, for doing what you do for us, and I appreciate that. Good night, everyone. Take care, and be good, be kind. Remember, tomorrow we're back on the same time, same place. And only one thing left to add. Please, please, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night. Take care, and oink oink!